coming from behind to win 2-1. And now, for an unprecedented fourth time this season, the Battle of the Blues resumes with a spot in the College Cup. However, though, the Duke Blue Devils are the #1 overall seed. They are the regular season ACC champions. However, though, the Duke Blue Devils are the #1 overall seed. They are the regular season ACC champs and are making their 5th College Cup appearance. We welcome you to ESPN's coverage of the NCAA Women's College Cup. Still dancing here in Cary, North Carolina. And in a year many thought these Tar Heels might fail, here they are again in their nation-leading 32nd College Cup with 21 NCAA championships to their name. For the first time ever, though, the Duke Blue Devils are the #1 overall seed. They are the regular season ACC champs and are making their 5th college in this one. And as if we needed more, there are storylines galore for this one. Jen Hildreth, former ACC Player of the Year, Lori Lindsay, Marianne Crowder shivering along with us as well. But you have to talk a bit about the coaches. Anson Dorrance, legendary head coach of North Carolina, announcing his retirement just before the season started. Interim head coach Damon Nahas has led this Tar Heel team to the College Cup. And then Robbie Church is retiring after this season. He's the ACC Coach of the Year for Duke. My goodness, Lori, what are we in for?
Yeah, we're in for a battle because everybody's playing for a little bit extra, but the previous 3 matchups were extremely tight, close games, and then there's no surprises at this point in time when it comes to tactically. So it's about who's willing to win their individual duels, who's going to win the
legendary head coach of North Carolina announcing his retirement just before the season started. Interim head coach Damon Nahas has led this Tar Heel team to the College Cup. And then Robbie Church is retiring after this season. He's the ACC Coach of the Year for Duke. My goodness, Lord, with Kate Fossey, who's having a brilliant breakout season for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, it's been exceptional. 19 goals on the season. That ties her for most in the country. Let's not forget, only 4 goals total in the previous 2 seasons. So she's been exceptional. Always looking to threaten in behind, getting herself in 1v1 positions against goalkeeper. But when they needed the most, she has showed up time and time again this season.
She has said that this coaching. Well, Duke, their offense has scored a program record 68 goals, but we are talking defense led by ACC Goalkeeper of the Year, Leah Freeman, who, Lori, has yet to concede a goal in this NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and this entire team, only 13 goals against the entire season, and that's because of Freeman. Excellent shot stopper, but it's all about the connect.
This coaching staff has believed in her from the beginning.
has throughout the season.
Cam Roll, your ACC Defensive Player of the Year. Maggie Graham, Midfielder of the Year. And for North Carolina,
from the back line. 13 assists on the season, wonderful delivery of the ball, and that's an indication of all of those assists that she has throughout the season.
Cam Roll, your ACC Defensive Player of the Year. Maggie Graham, Midfielder of the Year. And for North Carolina, this team so much change. Team that won bronze. Plenty of North Carolina fans in attendance for this matchup, the 56th meeting all time between these two rivals. North Carolina dominant overall, and Duke has never beaten North Carolina in the NCAA tournament. But it is the Blue Devils who are your #1 overall seed in this tournament in 2024. So much anticipation for these two teams meeting for an unprecedented 4th time this season. So let's love the game one more time tonight from Cary. North Carolina in white, Duke in the darker blue. 2 regular season meetings went the way of the Blue Devils, but then they would meet again on this field in the ACC tournament semifinals. That's where a late goal from Trinity Armstrong, the player you just mentioned for North Carolina, won it for the Tar Heels. And now this one for a spot in the championship game to take on Wake Forest. Demon Deacons 1-0 winners against Stanford in our first semifinal tonight. 3 back for Duke. Cam Roller in the middle. Nikki Chico, Katie Groff. Veteran presence across the back for the Blue Devils. And of course, Leah Freeman in goal. Only player ever to be named goalkeeper of the year in 2 different conferences. Won it with Oregon in the Pac-12 and then this year in the ACC. Laguerre lost it in the middle. Tar Heels take over. There is Armstrong. North Carolina also adjusting their formation a little bit, Lori, anticipating what they'd see from Duke. As you said, there are no secrets at this point. These two teams know each other so well.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the details. Just as we continue to say in this conference, it's all about the fine margins, and in these games when the emotions are heightened, there's a lot of energy, the fans are going to be loud. It's just about taking care of the details, and we've seen this North Carolina team shift formations throughout the season, but when Trinity Armstrong came back from the U17s, really the catalyst for being able to make that change. She can drive forward, it allows them to get more numbers in those wide areas to be able to attack more.
Damon Nahas, the interim head coach. He's been, though, on Anson Dorrance's staff now for 8.5 years, taking over an interim role, and what an incredible job he has done this season. 20 wins for the Tar Heels, 7-3 mark in conference play, and back in the College Cup for an incredible, unprecedented 32nd time. A foul against Duke is going to set North Carolina up. Ashley Cedro, our referee in charge of this match tonight. Maria Nagai committing the foul. One of the transfers, grad transfer from Princeton, joining this North Carolina team this year. And there is Robbie Church, who is ready to head to the beach. He said his wife has been patient with him for over 40 years, but after Duke missed out on the NCAA tournament last year, he said, oh, I can't go out this way. I think he's feeling much better about where his team is now, but maybe hoping for one more win after this and a chance to play for a title. Duke takes over and has a chance to counter quickly. Mia Minestrella, number 13 for Duke, has had an incredible season, 12 goals, 7 assists. Are we going to start counting fouls now, or are we just going to assume we're going to see quite a few?
Again, this game starting off with a ton of energy like we saw in the first semifinal, Wake Forest versus Stanford, but a few more fouls. But this is a hybrid formation. Yes, they are playing a 3-back for North Carolina, but Alvarez, who just saw dispossess the Duke Blue Devils, will shift back into that back three to make it a back four. That will allow for Darlene on that far side to be able to push higher up the field, get more numbers into the attack. So expect that throughout this game.
Avon Alvarez, freshman out of New Hill, North Carolina. First start of this NCAA tournament has been coming off the bench. Linda Olmark, another freshman for the Tar Heels. Remember, so much change. You're going to hear freshman, you're going to hear transfer. There is only one player on this Tar Heel team who was a starter last year. That is Emerson Elgin. Fossey came off the bench, as did Delarose, and this team not giving up. Haven't even mentioned Olivia Thomas, and boy, should we. She was the one who took that shot. Such a force and a factor up top for the Tar Heels.
Well, she missed 8 games at the beginning of this season due to injury, then came back. It really feels like she's starting to come into form at the exact right time. There's a little no-look pass outside the foot. It's a little bit heavy initially, or Thomas doesn't read it, but then dispossesses, has one thing on her mind, to go to goal. Forces Freeman to go to ground, make the save on the near post.
Thomas, just a completely different type of 9, that center striker for the Tar Heels. Duke, Ella Haas, one of the wingbacks for this Blue Devil team, who they want to find often in this matchup. That is where Robbie Church, Kieran Hall, who's going to be taking over for Robbie, thinks they can find some ground. Your keys, Lori, for Duke tonight.
Yeah, the first one is just going to be about patience in the attack for the Duke Blue Devils. They are the best when they get their wide players involved in the game. So switching the play, using their midfield, and as I mentioned, the number 2, control the midfield. Theoretically, they should have a numerical advantage in the central parts. Can they use that to their advantage to find those wide areas, serve balls into box, cause problems for North Carolina?
Causing problems for North Carolina is one of Maggie Graham's absolute favorite things to do. She's number 19 for Duke, leading scorer on the season, 14 goals, 5 assists for the grad student and captain, number 19, out of Atlanta. Kate Fossey, number 13, the player we've talked about, and why not, 19 goals, all ACC first team Hermann Trophy semifinalist right there, number 13 for the Tar Heels. She is knocked down. That is a foul against Duke. Your keys for North Carolina, Lori.
Yeah, it's all about winning your individual duels, because as we said, there's not going to be really any surprises tactically. So it's about taking care of business, who wants it more, and then simplifying. As we've already seen, Olivia Thomas dispossessing, getting the shot off early on, not overthinking. One returning starter, if you've already mentioned that, Elgin on that back line. So simplifying early on in this game to be able to build in with confidence.
That's Alvarez, freshman we mentioned, getting her first start of this postseason. Did start 11 times in the regular season for the Tar Heels. Nagai. Fossey. This ball bounces up for Thomas, who was wasting no time. That will be a throw for the Tar Heels.
And even just in the last month, from the ACC tournament to now, Thomas on the front foot, looks a lot more agile, comfortable after coming back from the hamstring injury.
Gets this ball through. Bellicatino, one of those 3 backs for the Tar Heels in this formation, along with Armstrong in the middle and Elgin. Maddie Darlene on the far side, dispossessed. Katie Groff, one of those players who you jokingly said when we talked to her yesterday, Lori, said Groff and Graham feel like they've been at Duke forever. He said, yeah, it kind of feels that way too, but this is the season they've been waiting for. This is what they have been playing for. Duke in the College Cup for the 5th time, but the first time since 2017. Graham. A chance in the middle. Minestrella is there. Then the flag has come up.
We actually, with how loud this place is, we didn't hear the whistle go. It was a wonderful turn to be able to get faced up, but then you can see how disorganized that back line is for North Carolina. One stepping, leaves the gaps. That opens up the space for Minestrella. Just in a bit of an offside position.
Nagai working through Elgin. Darlene. Up and over, down she goes. Penalty on the way for the Tar Heels. And the player who has done it all season long, Maddie Darlene, earns another one. She has drawn the foul now on 6 of the 10 penalties North Carolina has earned this season.
Well, just look at the positioning of Chico, because right there, just at the last second, no need to be sticking her foot out. Darlene, this is exactly what she's trying to do. Draw the defender, a little bit of a touch to be able to change pace. Baits Chico and then pulls her down. It's a clear penalty. Wonderful work from Darlene. Last thing Duke wants to be doing is allow her time and space to get faced up, running at their back line.
You talked about individual battles, Lori. We mentioned Fossey and Freeman. Here we go. Fossey 2 for 2 from the spot on the season. North Carolina as a team 8 for 9, but Leah Freeman, opponents 0 for 2 against her. Who will prevail this time? Fossey for North Carolina. Yes, the Tar Heels take the lead.
Well, it's a dream start for North Carolina. And this is why they play this hybrid formation, because it allows for Darlene to get higher up the field, have fewer responsibilities defensively. She gets faced up, takes 3 players on right there. Bates Chico to come out, draws the foul, clear penalty, and then steps up. And then when a player's in form, look at this penalty kick. Just excellent. Top corner, Freeman goes one way, but she's not saving this one against Fossey. 20th goal on the season. Excellent penalty.
Fossey now alone, Lori, at the top with 20 goals this season in the country, and that is the first goal that Duke has conceded in this NCAA tournament. So, of course, it also follows now the first time they trail in the NCAA tournament. How will the Blue Devils respond?
Well, one of the goals for North Carolina was to really pin those wing backs, whether it's Haas, whether it's Oliara on that far side for Duke. Pin them back, don't allow them to get into the attack, because they are so important to the way that they want to get numbers forward higher up the field for the Duke Blue Devils. And if they're having to defend, if they're having to track back, it's less of a threat for North Carolina.
Drop
Tar Heels playing with the lead after Darlene earning the penalty. Less than 10 minutes in this game. North Carolina trying to avenge a couple of regular season losses to the Blue Devils. North Carolina last year eliminated in the quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament. This is their 32nd College Cup appearance, but they have not won it all since 2012. There's been a similar storyline, I would say, between the two teams of togetherness, what they're playing for the Blue Devils, obviously playing for Robbie Church, who after 24 years as the head coach at Duke is retiring. Kieran Hall, Carla Overbeck, former Tar Heel, by the way, will be taking charge of the program. But so many injuries that Duke has had to contend with. I mean, you can't talk about this season without talking about that Cat Raider in the North Carolina game went down. That was a nice move just to make the defender miss by Fossey. North Carolina can't add to the scoreline, not yet.
And I'm sure Robbie Church right now is just telling his bench, his coaching staff, that this is where they need to calm down, especially in possession. Move the ball around, shorter passes, because as soon as they get to dispossess, if they are too stretched, that's going to favor Fossey Thomas going the other way.
Fossey, you're going to like this. That goal for Fossey, not only number 20 on the season, but she just tied your pal, Heather O'Reilly, for most postseason goals in North Carolina history. That was her 8th.
Don't tell Heather O'Reilly that.
Well, she's coming for you, Heyo. Duke getting to the end line, earning a corner here, so the Blue Devils seeing if they can take advantage of the set piece. These have come into play for both teams in the meetings this season. They play it quickly. Now the surface toward that back post. Groff puts it back around that edge of the area. It is shot. This Duke team, a program record 68 goals on the season, 53 better than they had a year ago, 12 wins better than they had a year ago.
Well, there's that ball served in from Lynch, forcing the save from Gagne. The wide surfaces, as we've mentioned, are going to be key, regardless of who floats out to those wide areas. Serving balls in, they've been so dangerous. Getting the late runners on the far post is a lot of teams' problems.
Toss. Transfer from Northwestern. 13 assists on the season for Haas. On the other side, Oliaro, the former Tar Heel, 13 assists for her as well. That's the service we've been talking about that Duke has taken such great advantage of this season. Laguerre, an underrated player in the midfield, according to Robbie Church. Devin Lynch has really stepped up in the attack. Minestrella, big year for her. Her shot is blocked. 4 goals in this NCAA tournament already for Minestrella, although tied a program record with 4 of them in the first round against Howard. Lynch. Oliaro. Some of the best service that Robbie Church says he has ever seen in terms of being able to really pick out exactly where she wants to put it.
Oh, and right there you can see just if they dominate those central areas, they have the extra player, then they can free it up in those wide channels. It's just a few under hit loose balls once they do try to serve the last 2 attempts. Just need to clean that up. But it's much better for the Duke Blue Devils to win the individual battles in the central areas, play wide, and then get the service in.
That throw-in from Ella Haas. It's like a bounce pass in basketball, the way she put so much force into it coming up off the ground, which I'm sure is pretty frozen. I think we're under 30 degrees now. The temperature is supposed to be in the low 20s by the time this one is over tonight. Coldest game of the year for all 4 teams we confirmed here at the College Cup tonight.
No, it's crossed.
Hannah Bebar, ACC second team selection grad, transfer from Harvard. Number 18 in the middle for Duke. Helps free up those attacking players. Out, back in, and a collision in front of the goal. Claire Gagne hanging on.
Well, it's excellent work from Gattino because she has to stay with Maggie Graham, but this is the most well-worked play that we've seen from the Duke Blue Devils in this first half. There's the ball across, and then Maggie Graham coming in late. Both of those players have the right to go for it. Maybe a late challenge from Graham as she's coming in behind. really nowhere for either of those players to go, but Gattino does such a good job just trying to box out Maggie Graham, allow for Gagne to come in front of her and keep a hold of the ball. Really well done defensively.
Bella Gattino, member of the ACC All-Freshman team this year. If that name sounds familiar, it should. Her sister, Ava Gattino, two-time All-American and ACC Defender of the Year at Notre Dame, now playing at PSG in France. Thomas. Laguerre knew where to go. Space out wide. Oliaro. Goal contribution, either goal or an assist in 12 of her last 14 games. Going for it here, Gagne. A lot of pace on that shot, but Gagne up to the challenge.
Yeah, maybe just a bit ambitious from Oliaro, but I like the opportunity because she sees no one to be able to play the ball off of, to combine with. Instead, just gets face up. No one steps to her. She goes herself. Takes a little bit of a bounce, so it causes a little bit more problems for Gagne than maybe expected, but no one there to follow it up.
Gagne, a transfer from Brown, joining the Tar Heels this season in goal. Air Claire, they call her. Some of her acrobatic saves that she's made this season. You know you've got to be good to earn the Air nickname if you're playing at North Carolina. Not the best ball from Gattino there. The guy gets caught up and eventually turns it over. Only one player forward. Wise decision for the Tar Heels to go back. Thomas was all alone with a sea of darker blue around her when North Carolina took possession. There's Armstrong. All-ACC first-team selection as a freshman, just 17 years old, in the center of that Tar Heel defense. That's a good ball. Duke and Haas looking for the equalizer. What a tempting ball that was, and Haas earning the corner kick for Duke as a result.
Oh, this is why Bibar and Laguerre in the midfield have been so important. Just doesn't force the issue, allows for Haas just to sneak in the wrong side of Alvarez. Gagne once again, at the start of this game, so strong, comes up with a big save, sends it over the inline, and Duke has a chance here off the corner kick.
Second corner of the match for the Blue Devils. First one they played short, this one more traditional service, but it is with Thomas and North Carolina now. I want to give you our ABC College Football Championship Saturday lineup. We start with 18th ranked Iowa State, 16th ranked Arizona State in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 title game at noon Eastern, followed by number 7 Georgia, number 3 Texas in the SEC, and finally it's 12th ranked Clemson and 9th ranked SMU for the ACC Championship. ACC game going on just down the road in Charlotte. We are in Cary, North Carolina. And a chance for the Tar Heels to maybe add to their lead. Shot was blocked. Our good friend Jen Cooper, who is our NWSL guru when it comes to stats and history, letting us know we're going to have the first all-North Carolina final in women's soccer since '92. We know that already with Wake Forest being through and now either Duke or North Carolina to face them. Corner kick coming now for the Tar Heels. Thomas helping to earn that for her team. It was a corner kick that won the match for North Carolina in the ACC semifinals in the 81st minute. So keep an eye on number 3, Trinity Armstrong. She was the target then who finished it off for her first career goal. Bending in, beautiful ball off the post, nearly goes in again, but Freeman pounces on it.
Well, what a ball that is was from Tessa Della Rose. Just whips it in with her left foot. It is Thomas that just gets in front of her defender right there at the last second, just ricochets it off of the top post. Just unfortunate for the front runner. Leah Freeman just left in that position to be hopeful that it doesn't find the back of the net and put North Carolina up 2-0.
I feel like with Olivia Thomas, there's nothing that she does that is not without power and force. She is just such a fun player to watch, which is not to say that she doesn't have some finesse, because she does too. Had some micro crochet earrings on when we talked to her yesterday, and she is a crocheter in her spare time, so she has a soft side. But on the field, whew, watch out, this player's coming at you.
And just to add to what Lori was saying, Jen, about the importance of the set pieces, both coaches knew that coming into this match, set pieces could very well be the deciding factor. But one other key difference I'm noticing down here on the sideline from the last time these two teams met in the ACC semifinal is the amount of pressure North Carolina midfielders are able to get on the Duke midfielders. They have been very keen, very determined to not give them time, not give them space. I felt like the last time these two teams met, the Duke midfielders were able to solve pressure and solve it efficiently and get on the front foot offensively from there. Not the case so far here in this first half. Yeah, they made that adjustment in the second half of the ACC tournament semifinal. They stepped up their pressure. North Carolina in the midfield. It did cause problems for the Duke Blue Devils. I think at times we are seeing Duke move the ball really well and then finding their wide areas. But if they can win it back and put pressure immediately higher up the field, that's when Duke's getting caught. Can't seem to get out of their own half.
Marion Crowder down on the sideline for us. Great analysis there, Marion, and glad you haven't frozen yet. Joining our crew for this College Cup and Carry. Groff ended up losing it over the top. Thomas could feast on this. Thomas! North Carolina makes it 2!
Well, immediately when we saw this game get stretched in the first 10 minutes, we said that's going to favor Fossey, Thomas at different times. Now, this is just one big ball over the top, and what an emphatic finish this is. Thomas on the wrong side of Chico. Chico has cheated to that near side, cutting across. Thomas just able to bypass her. Freeman's coming off her line to keep herself big. But my goodness, what a finish. Just one look to get her head up, tucks it right into that near post.
Now this goal is being reviewed. Ashley Cedro over to take a look. Is there a potential offside in play here? Or does North Carolina have two?
I'm not so sure. It looked like it was offsided in the run of play.
It is a good goal for North Carolina.
Well, for how good Duke has been defensively, 2 unanswered goals right here. And it's just one big ball over the top, and actually had been Groff that had made the run higher up the field, so it leaves them in a 2v1 situation, but they're caught flat-footed. Chico once again trying to come over to close the gap between her and Roller. But Thomas is wise to it, gets on the wrong side, but this is composure at the end. What a finish that is. Just tucked in. Freeman's coming out, trying to make herself big, close down the angle, and now this is a huge task for the Duke Blue Devils, who haven't found themselves trailing in this tournament. And only 13 goals conceded so far on this season, 2 here tonight. So how they compose themselves, how they keep...
Well, this could help. Oh, it is just high.
Yeah, that's an ample opportunity, again, coming from that far side, but how they compose themselves, how do they keep themselves calm in these situations. There's Oliaro just spinning, finding just a little bit of space to get that off it. Just a bit too high for Haas to be able to connect successfully up with it.
Now, Haas has had two of the better looks for Duke so far. The wingback for the Blue Devils, all ACC second team selection this year. It was an all Big Ten selection with Northwestern last year. She scored 10 goals in her final year with the Wildcats, 3 goals this season for Duke. North Carolina taking it away. Linda Ullmark lost it. Gatino, who had the assist on that last goal by Thomas, won it back for North Carolina. This looks like a really confident North Carolina team right now, and they relished this matchup yet again, as did all the Duke players. Haas literally just trying to run through and over the 2 North Carolina defenders.
Yeah, I can see Gatino is not happy with that, and I understand why, because Alvarez had done such a good job of just driving her into the path of Gatino, and Haas didn't have anywhere to go. So here she goes on the run. Well, the second look, Gatino just puts her body right in front of it and bodies her up. Okay, but fair enough. That is a foul on Gatino. And create the numerical or even number situation in the midfield.
Lynch with the service for Duke off the free kick. Great.
Well, good work defensively, but that ball just initially needs to go out to Haas. Instead of trying to play the through ball and dispossess and then allow for North Carolina to try to break out, go on the other side, and just forcing your defenders to have to run a lot more than they need to, just keep possession. Just keep possession, simplify your game. That's how you're going to get one back. One goal at a time if you're the Duke Blue Devils, but instead forcing too many opportunities when they just know that most of their success throughout this season has come from the wide areas. Keep moving it, keep switching the point of play.
2-goal lead for North Carolina. Duke had not conceded, had not trailed in this tournament. They're the #1 overall seed. You would say the favorites coming in, despite the overall history belonging to North Carolina in the series. Fossey from the penalty spot in the 10th. Thomas in the 24th. That's your scoreline so far in favor of the Tar Heels.
And I just want to finish that point I was trying to make earlier about what Marion was alluding to, just stepping up their pressure. At times they'll just tuck Fossey back in, and once they play into Laguerre or Bibar trying to build out, they've got numbers around, they disconnect, then Ullmark is the free player once they do win it. That's been the difference. So either Graham or Lynch are going to have to drop down and be an extra player to alleviate some of that pressure, and then they can get faced up and run at the back line. But it's not happening quick enough. It's allowing that pressure to come from North Carolina, and it's building on their confidence and their success with the 2 goals.
Final scoreline in the ACC semifinal matchup between these two teams was 2-1, although North Carolina didn't get the final goal in that one until late. That was the last time that Duke conceded at all. And those are your score lines from throughout the season. 1-0, we were on the call for that one in Durham. That was officially a non-conference matchup. And then Halloween night, that had to be a wild time in Chapel Hill. Duke sweeping the 2 regular season meetings. Mary Long, Phoebe Goldthwait coming off the bench for the Blue Devils, replacing Minestrella and Lynch in the attack. This ball just took a bad touch. A little extra effort to keep it in play. Eventually it goes out. What a top 10 men's college basketball matchup we have Saturday night on ESPN2 and the ESPN app. Number 4 Kentucky taking on number 7 Gonzaga. Coverage begins at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific from Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. Ooh, had a hard time getting that one out. But a good game, so many good games going on right now. Obviously, here we are at the College Cup. Expected sellout, a lot of seats filled here in Cary for this North Carolina Duke semifinal. Great basketball games going on as well. Some football, too, as we've talked about, championship weekend. That ball is turned over in a bad spot. North Carolina already up 2. Delarose, give her some more opportunities from corner kicks. I mean, that ball that she bent in was absolutely gorgeous that Thomas wound up putting off the post. Didn't finish that one for a goal. Thomas would go on to score a few minutes later. For so long, over the last few years, the knock on Duke had been great defense, just not enough offense. And this year, Robbie Church, as this one could bounce in a bad spot. It's not. Freeman's got it. But Robbie Church told us early, he said, you know, I think we've got it going this year offensively.
We didn't believe it at
first.
We weren't
sure.
We've been through a lot of those 0-0 ties throughout the years.
This is offside here.
Yeah, but this is what Mary Long will bring you on that front line, just always testing the back 3. They're going to need that to at least push those back 3, particularly Armstrong, Gattino, as much as possible back and open up some space underneath.
But more goals this season have added Marion to the biggest turnaround for Duke in Division I this season.
Cup teammate, Trinity Armstrong. So Mary Long, number 10 in Duke Blue right there, and Trinity Armstrong, number 3, the center back for this UNC Tar Heels squad, helped lead the U.S. to a bronze medal at the U17 World Cup. They are friends, they are close with one another, and now going and competing against each other in the biggest stage in women's college soccer.
Well, you know there's going to be a lot of connections back and forth between these two programs, right? Marion, thank you. Has stopped here for just a moment to check on Emerson Elgin, the only player starting for North Carolina in this match, and really for most of the year, that was also a starter for North Carolina last year. It's just incredible. Speaks to what this group has done, to what Damon Nahas has done. There is Trinity Armstrong, who Marion was just talking about, part of that U17 World Cup team, along with Mary Long for Duke. Groff wants to keep it wide up that sideline, give Long a chance to go. This is going to be a foul called against Mary Long. Her parents, Chris and Angie Long, owners of the Kansas City Current in the NWSL, great soccer family. CPKC Stadium, which hosted the NWSL Championship this year, will host the College Cup next year. Should be fun. Although I did notice that there was snow blanketing CPKC Stadium the week after the NWSL final, so I don't want to be seeing any snow angels next year, all right? You can feel this is a point in the match where Ashley Cedra, our referee, is just wanting to make sure things stay under control. This is Duke, North Carolina, after all. This is what these teams have built and played for. And Gattino picking up a yellow card after all that. De Menejas clearly not happy after that booking. There's Delarose.
Yeah, De Menejas wouldn't be happy with that yellow card, given that this is a young defender of his that does like to play on the edge. She does like to get stuck in. Very much a front-footed center back, Gattino, and to be sitting on a yellow card. Don't often talk about that in the college game, but certainly in a professional game. Go after that player, see if you can force them into precarious positions to have to defend the attackers.
Oh, look at Thomas. Oh, the shot at the crossbar, the follow. But Olivia Thomas, she is putting on a show here tonight.
Well, we've seen her go in behind. We've seen her just body up, and just look at her positioning here. Just uses her body. Alvarez gets her head up. And then Omar, she'll have a free roll tonight to be able to float out wide, but just that positioning, use of her body from Thomas to be able to ward off the defender to get that shot off, and again, just gets all of it, takes a bit of a nasty bounce, so it's difficult for Donleen to be able to collect herself and keep it on frame.
And that is ACC Defensive Player of the Year, Cam Roller, who Thomas just had her way with on that shot attempt.
And I was mentioning, this looks like a completely different player. She even said it. ACC tournament, yes, had been starting to play games, but still trying to get her footing back, understanding her teammates again, the rhythm of a full 90 minutes, and now we're certainly seeing it. Her versatility, her ability to threaten in behind. She can body players up, defenders combined with others. This looks so much more smooth and confident. Goal, and then almost a second one there after that last attempt.
Another thing to add, too, about Olivia Thomas is she has not been shy about the work that she's put in with De Menejas this offseason with her mentality. She credited that with her ability to stay focused in those tough moments. And, guys, we'd be remiss not to address the fact that this UNC team has extra motivation. There's no doubt that they are playing for De Menejas. Obviously, he's still acting as the interim head coach here for the UNC Tar Heels. And when we talked to Damon, we said, obviously, this is not your focus, but what is? He says, I just want to do this for this team, this group of girls who has meant so much to me, but I also want to do it for Anson. The only thing that I could potentially give back to him is winning a national championship. And so lots of external motivating factors here for the UNC Tar Heels.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Marion. I talked to Anson Dorrance earlier today. I know you're watching out there, Anson. Probably with your feet up, relaxing. Maybe not during the game. Still been pretty involved, although he's moved around Dorrance Field as he's watched games this season. His wife, Melissa, telling him he shouldn't be behind the bench yelling. So he's moved, but obviously still such a big part of this team. And this team, no doubt, they've got the idea that they'd like to give him a victory and another shot at a national title as well. 22 national championships for North Carolina and Anson Dorrance, if you include the one that happened before they even started awarding NCAA championships in women's soccer. Team looking good in this first half, a 2-goal lead. Chance for more, too high. Well, coverage of NCAA championships continues with the Women's College Cup final Monday, December 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPNU. Where are you, Demon Deacon fans? The Deeks are in their first ever final, wondering who they will face. For more information on the NCAA Women's College Cup, log on to NCAA.com, the official home for all 90 NCAA championships.
Yeah, just going to back to that previous conversation we were just having. I think we all have had the question of why hasn't that interim title been stripped, but also you would have to imagine, yes, the athletic department has to do their due diligence, but also one of the things that we've known about this program, known about Anson, is his advocacy for women in leadership roles, for his players, so I'd have to imagine that there's women, there's former players that are being interviewed in this process as well.
And Damon Nahas has admitted it's been a real challenge for him. It's been tough to go through this season not knowing it's weighed on him, but he has not let it affect the team. Gagne coming out far out of the goal to clear this ball, win it away. He said, look, I've done all I can do at this point. I'm at peace with whatever happens, but right now he's just focused on helping this team win another game. Duke has hit the post, but have not been able to find the back of the net yet in this one. Down 2 goals to the Tar Heels in the first half from Cary, North Carolina. Duke, the regular season champs, they went unbeaten through the ACC, which, as this College Cup field of 4 will attest, pretty darn good conference this year. All 4 teams from the Atlantic Coast Conference in this Women's College Cup. That's a first. Goldthwait into the match. Off the bench for Duke. Number 5 in the attack up there for the Blue Devils. Maggie Graham, ACC Midfielder of the Year. Those two trying to work together to create some magic. Good ball there. Good ball there. Plenty of time to set this one up. Pick a target out, but a good slide and clearance made by
Look out for these stickers to find great deals on vehicles backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, so you can start new traditions for years to come. Get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months, plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2025 Sportage and Sorrento vehicles.
Welcome back to Cary, North Carolina. Beautiful scenes here, feeling very festive and chilly. Temperatures now in the 20s for this NCAA Women's College Cup semifinal. Second of the night, North Carolina leading Duke 2-0. It's going to be an all North Carolina championship because the Wake Forest Demon Deacons have already punched their ticket for the first time in program history. The Deeks are through to the national championship, ousting Stanford in the process. Jen Hildreth, Lori Lindsay, this is how it happened.
Yeah, and it was Stanford that had the better of the chances at the beginning of the game. Kidhara, her shot ricochets off the inside of the post, just redirects her footing to be able to keep this on frame. And in the end, you get Johnson trying to clear that off the line to keep it at zeros. And that would really allow for Wake Forest to be able to build even more into the game. They'd come out in the second half with a lot of opportunities, but also just a lot more energy. And it starts with them getting the ball out wide, and then Morris on that far post, just keeping it on frame. Craig knows she needs to be doing better in that situation, right through her gloves. Evans trying to keep it out, but you can see right there, it's already in the back of the net. Morris, the unsung hero, will she do it again? That would be a 1-0 win for Wake Forest.
What a big goal, what a big moment for this Wake Forest Demon Deacon team, which has already had so many milestones this season. Now they add another, getting past Stanford, getting to the final. Tony DeLuz, his night isn't done. He got the victory, yes, but he's got to stay and watch who he might face, even though he knows both of these teams very well. Hey guys, Jen Hildreth, Lori Lindsay, trying to stay warm up here in the booth, but this does make for a very interesting matchup, as we knew it would be. So much familiarity with all of these programs. Now, Wake Forest did lose to both North Carolina and Duke in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, though, none of that matters, right? Because we see these two teams here, fourth time that they're meeting. Duke and North Carolina. Duke getting the first two wins, North Carolina getting a third win in the semifinal of the ACC tournament, now leading 2-0. So really, everything just thrown out the window. It is about who can win individual battles, and we heard Robbie Church say that. He didn't feel like they were first to anything. They weren't winning the individual battles, and what happens? You find yourself down 2-0 going into halftime.
You gonna make it? You better make it to this game. I need you.
I don't know. I'm not winning the individual battle with this cold.
You are. You're winning, and we're going to tell you all about our first half of this second game. In case you missed any of it, Tar Heel fans, don't go anywhere, because your team is out here going to work, leading the Duke Blue Devils 2-0 in this Women's College Cup.
You know what? That's a timeout on betting. It completely changed the game, and you didn't even notice. Let me break it down for you. Betting ads are sending the blitz and getting you to play the game. Many of you are falling for it and losing big money. Addiction is happening in some more than others. Now players are getting harassed by bettors. And we all know that's not how the game is won. So it's on us to be good teammates and draw the line to stay ahead of betting consequences. Brought to you by the NCAA.
You know you want a burger, so make it my Smash Jack, rated the best burger in fast food. It's even got more beef than a Big Mac. Chin up, Ronald. Maybe you'll get a participation trophy. My Smash Jack, now on sourdough. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Stop it! Can we stop for food?
No, hay comida en la casa.
Can we stop for food?
No, hay comida en la casa. Vamos.
Hay comida en la casa. ¿Tienes hambre?
Make the most of your season during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Gift yourself some savings and visit your local Kia dealer today. Look out for these stickers to find great deals on vehicles backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, so you can start new traditions for years to come. Get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months, plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2025 Sportage and Sorrento vehicles.
This Black Friday is the time to deck your driveway. Come and get Black Friday savings all week long. 'Tis the season to drive Honda. Cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, hybrids, and EVs. All Hondas are in stock now. Save thousands on a new Honda with 0.9%. Or drive a new Honda from $259 a month during our biggest sale. Don't miss these Black Friday savings. Ask anyone who owns a Honda and search your local Honda dealer.
Real Amazon customer reviews, performed by a real serious actor. Let's start with the basics, shall we? Sleek, stylish, built to last, effortlessly transforming a lump of dough into a symphony of spaghetti and fettuccine, or whatever pasta shape your heart desires. 5 stars. DJ.
It only asked me a good question.
Recently, our ESPN crew, along with Escambia County Park employees, gathered to participate in the 2024 Day After the 4 Disc Golf and Nature Walk fundraiser. Participants submitted an entry fee donation, and several angels within our ESPN TV family also made contributions. And a big thank you for an all-in matching donation from ESPN parent, the Walt Disney Company. Our soccer team raised $6,400 for the V Foundation for Cancer Research. Cancer support is an important mission for our group, as several of our crew members are current cancer survivors. Congratulations to the SEC Pensacola soccer team for this awesome effort and incredible outpouring of generosity. If you would like to help in the fight against cancer, please log on to v.org. 100% of all donations benefit cancer research.
So it's a special time as we welcome you back to Cary, North Carolina and the NCAA Women's College Cup. It is Duke, it is North Carolina, it is the Tar Heels up 2 over this tournament's #1 overall seed. So if you missed any of the action, we'll take you back to it. It was the Tar Heels striking early.
Immediately, high energy on the front foot. It's exactly where they want to try to isolate Darlene, getting the ball at her feet, running at the back line. Last position that Chico won herself in, flat-footed inside the 18-yard box, draws the foul, and then Fossey for 20th goal of the season. That leaves the NCAA just top corner. Makes no mistake about it. That would put the Tar Heels up 1-0. Olivia Thomas was a handful all half long. That one just ricochets near post run to get something on it. Ricochets off the crossbar. Unfortunate for her. But then she would get one of her own. Just a big clearance. Comes off of Chico. Lands favorably to Thomas. But look at this finish. Just gets her head up. Tucks it into that far post. What a wonderful finish, because Freeman's coming off her line, narrowing the angle, tucks it away. Duke would have some of their opportunities. Laguerre in particular collects this one nicely through traffic, trying to bend it around to that far post, but that one off the post as well. Keeps it at 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Duke team that this year scored a program record in goals, 68 goals, by far the most of any of the teams in this College Cup, some of the most in the nation. So how do they get back in this one?
Well, get back to what has made them successful, which is the wide areas. And I think this was a concern for Robbie Church. Some of their goal-scoring prowess had waned a little bit, even though they were getting the results, not conceding any goals throughout the tournament. So now it's just about simplifying. You've got the veteran leadership, you've got the experienced players, maybe not in the Final Four, but they know what it takes to get here. So it's just about simplifying and finding those wide areas and then serve balls in. Every time they did that in the first half, it did cause the Tar Heels some issues. So find those wide players, serve decent balls in, allow for the timing of the runs to be able to meet the ball at the right time.
Well, this Duke team believes a lot in one another. They believe in their head coach, Robbie Church. You've heard him say it. You've heard the players say it. They told us they want to keep playing together for just a few more days. Robbie Church retiring after this season, but it is interim head coach Damon Dejas, who we'll hear from after the break, and his Tar Heels, who are out in front. Second half coming up.
Can we stop for food?
No, hay comida en la casa.
Honda's biggest event is here. Happy Honda Days. All Honda sedans are on sale. Drive one today from just $259 a month. Or save thousands on a Honda sedan with 1.9% financing. Accords and Civics, gas or hybrids that get up to 614 miles per tank. Honda sedans, voted most fun to drive and a Car and Driver's 10 best. Ask anyone who owns a Honda and search your local Honda dealer today.
On campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Make the most of your season during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Gift yourself some savings and visit your local Kia dealer today. Look out for these stickers to find great deals on vehicles backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, so you can start new traditions for years to come. Get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months, plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2025 Sportage and Sorrento vehicles.
Marshall's buyers travel far and wide to hustle the best deals on amazing holiday gifts. So you don't have to.
It's cashmere.
This is Italian leather.
European chocolate.
We get the deals. You gift the good stuff.
I'ma give you what you want.
There's something special about brewing a beer in our small community here in Fresno. My name is Arthur Moye. I am the CEO of Full Circle Brewing Company. Craft beer brings folks together, but power and electricity and gas goes into all of that. So to have a partner like PG&E that can kind of walk you through that has been very critical to our growth. PG&E provided us a 0% interest loan. We were able to quadruple the amount of beer that we can produce. The future is bright here at Full Circle Brewing.
Welcome back to the NCAA Women's College Cup. Our friends from ESPN Images on site providing some beautiful looks at the action so far in this match. Let's now get it down to Marian Crowder, who's with North Carolina interim head coach Damon Nahas.
Damon, what a dream start for your team. What was it about the offensive performance in the first half that was able to unlock 2 goals?
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to be aggressive in the start, right? Dictate a little bit of the play, have a really good energy and emotion, and then opportunities will come. And I think that's what we did. I think the girls started off so well. And then it created opportunities. You get the ball to Darlene, and that's what she does. And then, just a clearance and an instinctual goal by Liv. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's 45 more minutes to go. So we got a long way to go.
You read my mind. We know this is going to be a 90-minute match. How do you close this one out to end up in the national championship?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it's just kind of maintaining the same aggression that we have, being responsible, recognizing some of the cues. We gave them a few opportunities that we shouldn't have, and those could have gotten out of the way. So, look, we don't want to take our foot off the pedal, but we also want to be responsible at the same time.
Damon, thank you.
North Carolina has a 2-goal advantage, but a long time left to go in this one. 45 minutes to determine who will face off against the Wake Forest Demon Deacons in Monday night's championship game. Last time North Carolina won it was 2012. That feels like an eternity for this program that has claimed nearly half of the NCAA championships that have ever been handed out in women's soccer, 21 of them. Duke, meanwhile, Blue Devils have never won. Runners up 3 times. They want that chance to play for the trophy in Robbie Church's final year. Everybody's trying to stay warm, as we've talked about a lot tonight. Very cold evening in Cary, North Carolina, into the 20s now. You get a little dance in there, that always helps. Olivia Thomas was doing plenty of dancing on the field in the first half. They've got Christmas tunes blaring here. You know I love that, Lori. 27 degrees.
Can't escape them.
Nope.
You in the car, here at the stadium.
We all need just a little lift as we get going for the second half. Great crowd on hand. It was an expected sellout. Maybe a few of you stayed home to watch on TV. I don't blame you. It's cold. But those who are here being entertained so far, no doubt, and expect a response from this Duke Blue Devil team. It's been one of the best we've ever seen at Duke. Robbie Church, 24 seasons in charge. This is his 21st NCAA tournament. His 4th time, program's 5th time to the College Cup. And he told Marion heading into the break, we've got to be better. Every facet, we need to be better. We'll see if his players took that to heart.
And some of that rhythm and some of that aggression that we saw in the last few minutes of that first half, exactly how the Duke Blue Devils need to start this second half. It's on the front foot, and again, I mean, we're going to continue to reiterate it, but finding those wide areas. They've been so successful with it. Get those players in advanced areas, and get the runners into the box. Didn't see it consistently enough in that first half.
Yep, it is chilly in Cary, below freezing. A little bit of a breeze, plenty of energy on the field. In the booth, Jen Hildreth, Lori Lindsay, Marion Crowder roaming the sidelines. Are you ready for another 45 minutes from Wake Med Soccer Park? Here we go. Tar Heels wanted to come out aggressive. They did. A goal in the first 10 minutes. Maddie Darlene doing what she does, and then Olivia Thomas taking over. Could have had more, but added a second goal in the 24th. Same starters for both teams back out on the field. So Maggie Graham, ACC Midfielder of the Year, gets it to Hannah Bibar for Duke. Bibar has been such a big addition for this team. Grad transfer coming over from Harvard. Graham. Graham fights her way back on the ball, sends it in the middle. Minestrella just couldn't corral it.
That's exactly what Robbie Church would love to see. Just turning the ball, turning the North Carolina Tar Heels over, getting it to Graham, then she gets her head up, and then you get the runner. Just a bit of a heavy touch that gets away from Minestrella right into the path of Gagné. Good start.
Minestrella, a player in her sophomore year, really rediscovered her scoring touch this season for the Blue Devils. Darlene, so tough to keep in check, has drawn 6 penalties for the Tar Heels this season of the 10 they have taken, including the one earlier tonight. Tessa De La Rosa unable to keep it in play. Mia Oliaro facing her former team, the transfer from North Carolina, number 15 there in Duke Blue now. A lot of North Carolina gear once worn by her family. Her dad, by the way, is North Carolina's Associate Director of Sports Medicine, but she said everybody else, they had to get rid of that gear. They're all in Duke Blue now. She allows her dad, because he has to, for work. But tonight, I bet he's wearing a bit of a darker shade, supporting his daughter in this matchup. Some work to do, though, for the Blue Devils. Number 1 overall seed, just 2 losses in this incredible season so far. One of those coming right here on this field in the ACC semifinals to this North Carolina team. Trinity Armstrong, the young defending phenom, got into a little trouble there with the touch, concedes the throw. Oliaro. Boy, she can pick out her spots. This one floated up a little bit too close to Gagné. North Carolina is ready to run. Darlene on this side, Thomas on the other. Darlene open in the middle. Duke in recovery mode right now. Thomas will slow things up, wait for help. Right about the 6-yard line, still bouncing around. North Carolina in a fray, but Freeman in the middle of it all for Duke.
No, Chico's gotten caught out a number of times in this game, actually for both goals. this time almost again. She's the one that goes out wildly. Then here she is tracking back, trying to make the play, clear the lines, and then Freeman's the one that comes off, smothers it, and settles everybody down.
Duke coming back the other way with some pace. Ella Haas, those wide players you've talked about, that Robbie Church has talked about, really key to this Duke attack. Gagne comes charging away, does enough to be a goal kick.
Well, Haas needs to be putting her foot through that ball. Just put it through. She tries to square it across the 6-yard box to lay it off to somebody else. Just strike through it. You're down 2-0. Force the save from Gagne. Allow for a rebound to develop if that's the case. But instead, just squares it across. No one's ready for it, and it allows for North Carolina to get numbers back. Now they win possession, earn the goal kick.
Whistle as North Carolina goes down. Alvarez, freshman who makes her first start of the postseason in this match tonight. Bit of tactical shift for the Tar Heels, knowing what they thought they'd see from Duke. Bibar was lifting the ball quickly, but it was blocked.
The guys had an exceptional night so far in the midfield, in that deeper role for North Carolina. Helping out the back line, just screening in front of them. Now here they go again. Olmark at the helm of it.
Finding a lot of space. Olmark really plays with a free role within this North Carolina offense. Has all those weapons around her. Thomas, Fossey, we're both trying to find the right runs. Laguerre had one of the best chances for Duke in the first half. Minestrella has gotten in behind the North Carolina defense, lays it across, sets it up for Lynch. Haas will regroup.
We've talked about, does have the freedom to get forward, but primarily her responsibility is tuck back, make it a 4-back for North Carolina. But she's kept Duke Blue Devils on side. That allows that play to develop, ultimately earn this corner kick.
Fifth of the match for Duke. It's at the near post. Haas will regroup.